conducted interviews for the position of Gauteng Division of the High Court for secondment to the Land Claims Court. There's only one vacancy. One candidate was interviewed, and the JSC...
Good morning, Judge. Your microphone is muted.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Yes,
Morning,
welcome back. Nelisiwe, may you please place the matter on record?
I please the court, my lady. Morning.
We have to go back to our second session. We'll be conducting interviews.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 17th of October, 2022, calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yes, please. I'll start with you.
Mr. Sibara's team, can we hear from you?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning, Mr. Sibara.
Good Monday morning of October 17, my lady. How are you and the team?
Yes, we are all doing well.
I am doing well too, my lady. We are ready to proceed, my lady.
Yes,
we are ready to proceed.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
I cannot see our client, my lady. However, she's in a remote room from where we are.
It's fine. Can we ask her to show her face? Dr. Manamela, can you please show your face? Oh. She seems to be too far, but I don't know whether she prefers to do that, whether we'll be able to hear her. Can you respond, Dr. Manamela?
And as you saw, we had the one member, and we had only a single member to appoint. As matters stand, we have advised the President not to make an appointment at this stage. We're hoping that with the next lot.
Yes, we can hear you.
We will go with it.
How are you this morning?
President, for the chairperson or chairman.
Good morning, my lady. Good morning, advocates. I'm fine, my lady. And how are you?
Thank you very much. Nelisiwe, can you let her take the oath?
And we're happy that we're staying within.
Thank you, Judge. She requested an interpreter. I'm with Mr. Mukona.
Well, was it necessary, Dr. Manamela? You're not comfortable in speaking English.
And we had to make a choice.
I can, my lady.
Okay, but you prefer to use an interpreter.
It does need a...
Just tell us why do you want an interpreter? We cannot force you. If you feel that you want an interpreter, it's fine. But is it really necessary? Because you have been communicating with us in English, and we never encountered any problems.
I think we can carry on in English, my lady.
Would you want the interpreter to just stick in the meeting in case where you need him, he must avail himself?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Mr. Sibara, are you comfortable in your witness speaking in your client?
I am, my lady. For the sake of
right.
If we encounter problems, we will definitely inform the court, my lady. I see the advocate has...
I see there is a hand. Ms. Hasim.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning.
My lady, may I ask that the camera is a little closer to the witness's face so that we can see her face. It's just a little bit distant at the moment.
Yes, that's what I said to her, but I thought she was trying to move. You are too distant, Dr. Manamela.
My lady, what we have been advised by the technician is that immediately she speaks, the camera zooms on her. She becomes closer.
Okay, can she do that before we start?
Doctor, can you speak a bit louder? You can just say good morning.
Good morning, my lady. Good morning, advocates.
Can you try again to move closer so that we can? You are still too distant, as you did previously.
What we can do, my lady, we'll speak to the technician to assist because she's in a designated room.
Yes, we could see that.
Especially for visuals, yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
but then you'll have to do it once we start. I'm going to ask Nelisiwe to swear her in. Nelisiwe, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, please state your full names and surname for the record.
Thank you, Nelisiwe. Thank you, my lady. My name is Makhabu Johanna Maname.
Taking the prescribed oath. The evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Hand and say, so help me God.
The first one is,
So help me God.
You are hereby.
Thank you very much. Are you fine there, Miss?
To
just
the Western Cape Judge President and his deputy.
Remove yourself here. Thank you, Miss Mokoja. Just switch off your camera.
Needs to decide on whether to recommend suspension for both. Does the Judicial Service Commission?
Yeah.
Good, Makani, just leave
My
the room
second
now
question is,
to get a technician to assist us.
Okay, let her be visible.
Consider.
It's very important that we see her face.
And consider these two
Miss
Yes.
Mokoja, you are appearing here. Please do something so that, yes, please. Just put off your camera.
The 22nd, 23rd of September. So that's
my lady.
2 weeks
Is it off?
Thank you.
Now, in terms of process, what will happen is that decision will
if we may be given just a few minutes to allow the
no, just continue.
We're
not going to, please, we've started.
Okay, no, I just, okay, no, the technician.
For decision, for approval.
Where is the technician?
That's the process.
He is there, my lady. We can see him.
We
there.
can see him clearly, but why can't we see the doctor?
It's the small Jesse. The small J.
To you, for you to answer. If the answer to the question or questions will likely incriminate you, you have the right not to answer that question and tell the court accordingly that you will not answer the question for fear of incriminating yourself. Do you understand, Doctor?
I understand, my lady.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Madam. Proceed. Thank you. Dr. Manamela, good morning.
Good morning, Advocate.
We've been calling you, Doctor, throughout the proceedings of this inquest. Can you put on record your qualifications for record purposes?
My highest qualifications, I hold doctoral degree, PhD in psychiatric nursing science, obtained from University of Johannesburg. I also hold 2 master's degree, the one in psychiatric nursing science, which we call advanced nursing science, and from University of Limpopo, Medunsa, and the Master of Public Health that I obtained from Wits University. I also have a B.Care Nursing and honors measuring in nursing science and nursing education. I also have diplomas.
Continue, Doctor.
My lady, if the court would note that the doctor is looking at a document, is the same document which we have uploaded into case lines, which we refer to as inquest evidence notes. I suppose all our colleagues have the document. Again, tell the court your experience, where you started as a doctor, until you resigned from the Gauteng Department of Health.
Thank you, my lady. I worked for Limpopo Province, F. Nobel. Then I worked in the Duke Hospital.
Which general hospital, Doctor?
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
And also Mapulaneng Hospital.
Which hospital?
Mapulaneng Hospital.
Yes.
As a general nurse and midwife. And I worked in the Department of Health in the Limpopo as the coordinator for HIV and AIDS. And thereafter, I was working as the assistant coordination manager in Tabamopo Hospital, the mental health hospital in Limpopo. From there, I was appointed as the chief executive officer of Mamelodi Hospital in 2001, I think until 2006. Then I moved to until 2009, working as the CEO. Thereafter, I worked in the Department of Health in Gauteng, managing the TB
Just hold on, doctor. Sorry, just be a bit slow. You can see the court is taking notes.
No, it's fine. Let him continue. Notes. But just go slow.
Just go slow a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Continue.
You are approaching that. You worked at the Department of Health, Gauteng. You can start from there.
Just after Natal Spirit Hospital.
Yes, as the Director for Infection Control and TB Services. Thereafter, I was appointed in the Mental Health Directorate as the Director for Mental Health Services in the province until when I resigned around 2018 there.
Tell the court, when were you appointed as the Director of Mental Health Care Services?
Director Mental Health Services in 2010, 2011. I may not be sure of the exact year, but that was during that time. I think it's 2010.
And when you were the Director of Mental Health, in charge of in the province?
In the province, I was in charge of mental health services in the province. The province has got 5 districts, and the mental health services is rendered actually at the district. So, but in the province, I had 5 deputy directors who were helping.
Just hold on. And you said there are 5 districts. Can you mention them for record purposes?
Yes, my lady. The 5 districts is Tshwane district, is Ekurhuleni district, Johannesburg.
Tshwane, Ekurhuleni.
Johannesburg, which we call COJ.
Yes.
The 5th one is Esidimeni district.
Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, Esidimeni, and
West Rand.
You were about to tell the court that you had directors, subordinates, deputy directors. Can you proceed?
Thank you, my lady. I had deputy directors that I'm working with in the province, while we are also working together with the coordinator in the district, although they reported to the district chief director. But the 5 deputy directors and 1 AD were reporting directly to me in the province.
Just go slow. You had 5 directors. These directors, did they report to you?
Yes, my lady.
Deputy directors. Then from there, you are talking about coordinators who report to someone else.
Yes, they were reporting to the chief directors in the districts, but they were managing mental health care services.
Just hold it then. They were managing mental health
services in the district, reporting to the chief directors in the district.
Yes, and then?
Just before you go further, who are those 5 deputy directors under your leadership?
It was Mr. Franz Tobani, who was the second in charge. It was Miss Jacobus, who was a deputy director overseeing mental health NGOs. It was Dr. Lingwane, who was overseeing the hospitals, psychiatric hospital, and the hospital wings that provide mental health services, and the private mental health hospitals, partly in the province. And also she was in charge of coordination in every partnership that the department or mental health care services had with the private institution, whether it's NGO in private fund, not the NGO that we use. And Mrs. Mashile was also substance abuse services in the province, as well as the City of Johannesburg community mental health services, because we had a lot of clinics in the City of Johannesburg. We also had a social worker, Mrs. Sinelo, who was supporting substance abuse, working with Mrs. Mashile. The other, Miss Nongeba Sinelo, who was overseeing all the community mental health services. And that's all in the province.
The social worker, what was her name? Miss Sinelo, what was her name? Sinelo's?
Her name was Miss Frida Sinelo, and the other one is
Nomkeba.
Yes.
You mentioned a deputy director by the name of Ms. Jacobus. Is it the same person as Hannah Jacobus?
Yes, it's the same person, my lady. And also, Mr. Toban was in charge of Life Esidimeni. I think I omitted to mention that.
When you say Mr. Tobani was in charge of Life Esidimeni, can you just elaborate a bit for us to understand?
Okay, he was allocated actually to oversee the services in the Life Esidimeni, where the audit will be done. If there are problems with admission and discharge, he will be the contact person. Organize meetings with the Life Esidimeni. He will be the one who will ensure who are done. And if Life Esidimeni has any concern, he was also the first person to be contacted.
Thank you. Just before we proceed, can I just find out if any of our evidence leaders is there, just for, as they indicated that they had some problems.
Thank you, Malene.
Thank you, Malene.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you may Doctor, proceed.
Let's move on. You are before this inquest today to give the court the picture of what whilst you were the director, Mental Health Care Services Gauteng, at the time of the termination of contract of Life Esidimeni. I want you to just give a bit of a background. Can you tell the court about what is known now before this court about Gauteng Department of Health Vision 2014-2020 plan?
Thank you, my lady. Gauteng Department of Health developed Vision 2020 plan as a result of the Vision 2020 that we developed with the whole national developed that strategy. After that strategy was developed, I was part of the team. We were advised to go back to our provinces and develop our own strategy that will be fitting into the national strategy. Then when I came back, indeed, we developed the strategy. People who were part were Life Esidimeni. Okay.
Again, doctor, let me remind you to take it slow. You were saying people who were part of the strategy were Life Esidimeni. Let's go.
The clinicians of the 5 hospitals, of the hospital that we have, the mental health care hospitals, the district.
But mental hospitals, 5 of them, which are?
I'm talking about Vescopis Hospital.
Okay.
I'm talking about Bara Hospital, that has got a wing for mental health. I'm talking about Steve Biko Hospital. I'm talking about Natalspruit Hospital. They were actually had a wing for mental health. I've forgotten some, but all our regional hospital had a wing for mental health services. In Ekurhuleni, in the Tshwane 1, Harangwa Hospital, George Muka. That's what I remember now.
Part and parcel of the Gauteng Department of Health Vision 24 evidence.
It's my evidence, my lady.
Yes, you can proceed. You were still explaining the Vision 2020. You were telling the court that the 5 as well as Life Esidimeni. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. As we carried on with this strategy, we circulated it even to the general hospital because they do provide 72-hour services, although most of them were not part of the development. But we circulated that to them so that they can have input. Once we collected all the input, we agreed to finalize the strategy, the vision, and the vision was submitted.
She shouldn't go to the side, I see. Yeah. Yes.
That's fine, madam.
I think it's much better. Yes, that's fine. I hope it's not going to. Just be on the alert in case you see something. Please sort it out before anybody else discovers it. And now you are moving her to the other side while she was in the middle. Yes. Oh. Again? Yes, just there. Just leave it there, please.
Okay.
Yes, you can continue.
Thank you, madam. Doctor, let me just, can you hear me? Doctor, can you hear me, doctor? Doctor, can you hear me?
Dr. Manamela, are you still with us?
Yes, my lady, I'm with you.
Can you hear your cancer?
We're going to log out a bit and see how we can use another device.
Can the technician help you? I don't know why Mr. Makani is also there. Mr. Makani, can the technician help him? Mr. Makani, what is happening now? We don't see the witness anymore.
I think they just log off. They're coming back.
Okay.
No, let's not go there first.
This is much better.
Yes, she's now strictly using my laptop than the main screen, my lady.
Doctor, are you settled now?
Yes, I am, my lady.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Sibero?
Thank you, my lady. My apology, my lady, for the disruption. Doctor.
She was explaining the plan.
Yeah, the plan.
And then she was just explaining that in the first year, Life Esidimeni had some challenges, and then, but ultimately they did what? You can just take it from there.
Yes, doctor. Thank you, doctor. You were busy explaining that in the first year of the plan. Doctor, I will request you to be specific. Remember, the court was not part of the strategic plan. When you say in the first year, what are you talking about? Can you assist there?
Thank you, my lady. The plan was indicating that within 5 years, we should have reduced almost 1,000 beds, not patients, beds from Life Esidimeni, because it was 200 beds per year.
All right.
So we were starting in 2014, 2015, I think, that we should have, during March, we should have reduced 200 beds from Life Esidimeni, meaning that they will remain with 2060 beds, because they had 260 beds. So like I indicated, the challenges, but finally, around July, August, they managed to finally reduce the bed by 200. By 200. And they closed one.
That is in the first year, 2014.
2015.
Okay, doctor. So when you talk about a year, are you talking about the department's financial year?
Yes, my lady, I'm talking about department's financial year.
So
that will be 2014, 2015.
Okay. So in July 2015, they managed to reduce by 200 beds.
Yes.
Good. You were about to tell the court that they managed to close one of their facilities. I think I interposed you there. Can you proceed?
Yes, my lady, they managed to do that, and they closed one of their facilities, because I believe that facility had around 400 beds. So when they reduced, they closed one of the facility and transferred some of the patients who were there to other 3 more facilities.
Which facility did they close?
The Life Esidimeni had 5 facilities. They had Baneng, which was catering for mentally disabled children, or patient, as you call them, children. They had Waverley, they had Vetboard, they had Rand West. There were 2 hospitals in the Rand West in the same yard, but different name. So they closed one and remained with 4.
And which one did they close?
Vetboard.
And you told the court that at the time, when you were implementing the 2014-2020 vision plan of the department, it was signed by the then HOD, Dr. Gosnell. You remember?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, Doctor. Let's move now. You have explained the Vision 2014-2020. Let's move to the Life Esidimeni contract termination. Yourself as the before I got there, my apology. You had role players, you had clinicians, you testified about that. You had Life Esidimeni. Dr. Mkachwa testified before this inquest that Life Esidimeni as well bought into the 2014-2020 vision plan. Was this plan accepted within the community of Gauteng Department of Health. I'm referring to 2014-2020 Vision Plan.
Yes, my lady, it was accepted, this plan.
Okay. All right, let's go to the termination of life Esidimeni contract. There's evidence before this court that it's common cause that the contract was terminated. Can you tell the court yourself, as the director mental health care, who were you reporting to at the time of the termination?
At the time of the termination, I was reporting to Dr. Mazamisa, who was the Chief Director for Hospital Services.
And it's on record before this inquest that your department, Gauteng Department of Health, developed a termination plan. Do you know about that?
I know about that, my lady. It was developed coordinated from my office.
Okay. Just educate me, doctor. I've got quite limited knowledge of deputy directors, reporting lines. I see that there was a plan for 2014-2020 vision plan. Now again, you've got a plan which is termination plan. Can you advise me or educate me? What are the primary purposes of having plans, drafting plans to implement this project?
It will be difficult if the department will just say we close or we terminate the contract and we just start. So we need to look at the series of events that we need to follow and implement until we reach that time where we can say now we can terminate by taking the patient out of life Esidimeni. So the sequence was that after maybe I will start by saying the department has got 3 layers of management. The first one is the executive management.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the decisions that are taken there, you may find that we may not be aware until they bring them to us because they had to debate about that first. There is a senior management.
Okay.
That might be with some of the directors there and maybe the chief director, but normally the chief director, the deputy director general and the HOD and the MEC, they do form the executive. So there is a middle management, which will be, for example, the deputy directors that I was working with, they were falling within the middle management. So during this planning, development of this plan, because mental health directorate, it was in charge of the services, mentally health services. So we had to develop a draft together with the DD and the CEO of the hospital, as well as the psychiatrists of 5 districts and the coordinators of those districts. We developed that and we then submitted it to everyone to comment and add or reduce. So we developed that life Esidimeni also because it was one of our institution in terms of managing patients. We also included them to plan with us.
Let me just interpose you, doctor. You have just given a bit of an elaborated evidence. The department has got three layers. When it comes to the termination of life Esidimeni, yourself as the Director Mental Health Department, when did you get to know about the decision to terminate Life Esidimeni?
As the Director for Mental Health Care Services, I had over the media when the MEC was presenting budget speech, because at that level, whenever there is MEC's budget speech or HOD or Premier's budget speech or Minister's budget speech, we always listen and we have to take what is it that affect your area. So I heard that on the media for the first time that we are gonna terminate the contract.
Okay, just hold on. So, okay, you fall under, in terms of the layers of the department, are you falling under senior management yourself? Were you falling under senior management at the time?
Yes, my lady, I was falling under senior management.
Okay. And you heard about termination of the Life Esidimeni contract on the media during the MEC budget speech. It is common cause before this inquest that the MEC then was Mr. Dani Mahlangu. When was the budget speech, if you recall? Which year, if you recall?
I might not be correct, but it was immediately after the election of 2014 or 2018, somewhere there, when the former MEC was appointed the MEC for health.
Except the pronouncement in the media, was there any formal communication to the senior management layer of the department about this decision which affects your department?
I will say there was a time when the MEC, the former MEC, was holding meetings with the CEO. The CEO also had in the MEC's meeting. I will attend such a meeting.
And just before she elaborates a lot, can you just explain this question properly to her? I don't think she understands.
I wanted to do that, my lady, because Doctor.
Perhaps she must be told that she must first listen to the question and be able to answer, because she seems to be giving a lot of information.
Yes, Doctor. Doctor, the question was, you testified that you heard about termination over the radio. Was there any formal communication from the MEC's office to your office or to your chief director's office that the department is going to terminate the contract of Life Esidimeni?
I did.
Please talk to the court. Don't talk to yourself. We have to hear your evidence, please.
I didn't have any formal communication until when I was given the letter for termination that was sent to Life Esidimeni.
Is that the same letter which was signed by Dr. Silubano?
That's correct, my lady.
Then the decision to terminate has been made. Were you advised about the reasons to terminate this contract by the executive?
The main reason was...
Were you advised? Yes or no? Then you start explaining if you want to explain.
Yes, I was advised for the main reason.
Yes, but we are not hearing you. I think you keep on breaking. We're going to have problems with the record, please. I don't know whether it's how you're sitting or the position that you've taken.
I was.
Continue.
And what was the reasons advanced for the termination?
The reasons advanced for the termination was that the department had financial challenges. And secondly, from the plan that we had, we were expected to upscale community mental health services. Then we also use that opportunity to say we'll be having chance as well to upscale the mental health services in the community.
Okay, Doctor.
Just a second.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. Yourself, a director of the department. Now, this communication, you are aware that the contract of Life Esidimeni is going to be terminated. What is it that the department did from the time you get the knowledge that the contract has been terminated? You are aware that you've got 4 centers to deal with.
Immediately when we had the knowledge, because we're already in the plan, for example, that we've been in the plan to reduce the 200 beds, and then we also had information of 20% beds. So because we're in the plan, we had to carry on with the plan. In the first plan, the Life Esidimeni was also part of our meeting. But after the termination, they were no longer part of the meeting. But we carried on with the plan, and the MEC and HOD, they appointed the project leader of and the project team, of which I was the project deputy.
And it's evidence before this inquest that Mr. Musinoki was the project leader.
That's correct.
And you were the deputy during the termination. You may proceed.
When we appointed the project team, they found us. When I say us, I mean the psychiatric hospital and the 5 districts. We were having meetings, planning for 200 beds and also planning when we had of 20% reduction. So when we were appointed, we carried on with the same plan. We added where we have to add and reduce somewhere where we can reduce. So this project team was almost consisted of the senior management, even the executive, those on executive level, so that they can also guide and support the project. And in the meantime, as we were busy with the project plan, it was also still distributed to everyone to say, can they add, can they assist us? That's where even we got that we must also use it to upscale the mental health services in the community.
When you say it was distributed to everyone, Doctor, you should remember, the court was not part of these meetings. When you say everyone, we don't know who are these people.
Okay,
just be specific here.
Thank you, my lady. The project team consisted of the project leader, Mr. Musenori, myself as the deputy. There was chief financial officer and director from his offices. There was a deputy director general infrastructure and the director from their offices. There was the deputy director general for HR and the chief directors and their directors. And the chief director, I think, for emergency services was also part.
Okay.
There were psychiatrists of the 5 districts and the psychiatrist of the 4 mental health care hospitals, and those that are managing mental health care users at the district. It was quite a huge team.
So like you put it now, it seems as if the entire directorate form part of the project team.
That's correct, my lady. But they were under as the sub-committees because they will be attending MEC's meeting as and when, not like the other director upwards who were part of the team. But they were also invited to the meeting.
All right, no problem. Thanks so much, Doctor. Tell the court then, you've got the project plan. Can you tell the court there's evidence before the inquest that initially the department had 6 months to effect termination, do you recall?
I recall, my lady.
That is up to the 31st of March 2015. And there's evidence before this 2016. Thank you for correcting me, Doctor. There's evidence before this inquest that there was a stage where a letter was forwarded to the MEC's office to request an extension by a financial year. Do you recall?
I recall, my lady.
Can you assist the inquest, the inquest court there? Because let's just leave other issues which are not that very important. How did it happen that this letter was crafted to the MEC?
We were having the meeting with the MEC on 2 weekly basis. Then we were having mental health team meeting on weekly basis. So the project team leader was attending this meeting with us because we're actually the implementer, ourselves and the district coordinator. So in the meeting, we agreed that we see that this time frame, although it's on service level agreement, we may not manage to reach the target by that time in terms of our planning. So we agreed as collective and as the director, chief director who was the project manager to alert the MEC and the HOD about the limited time. And that's when he wrote a letter and we also got the extension.
Doctor, as the directorate, I'll remind you again, Doctor, you said you asked the chief director to write a letter. Will you be perhaps maybe going forward, be specific with names? Because the record is going to talk about chief director. It's common cause that it's Mr. Musinoki. You got the extension and you got the extension of 6 months. How was this extension communicated to the project team?
Firstly, we were in a meeting and then someone reported to us that they heard from the media that the MEC has extended the project termination period by 3 months. Luckily, we were all in a meeting with Mr. Musenori as the director, as the project manager. So we looked at it, we say, although it's not what was asked, it's something better than nothing. And I think on that day, we also had a meeting with the family when we got the news.
Okay.
Then we carried on.
All right. I want you to advise this court and talk to the court about stakeholders' engagements. Remember, the mental health care users, they were the main stakeholders and their families. How was the decision to terminate communicated to the family members of the mental health care users by the department?
Because the mental health care users were admitted at Life Esidimeni for chronic care. We asked the Life Esidimeni to inform the family. And then, because they had monthly meeting with the family, and then we felt that we cannot only let it to Life Esidimeni. We organize with Life Esidimeni. We say, we gave them date that we were coming, please organize the
Just hold on.
The HOD, MEC, the deputy director.
Whoa. Sorry, doctor. Just hold on. You were breaking a bit. I'll ask you to repeat because the record is going to be spoiled. Let me just assist you to recap your memory. Once again, doctor, just be extremely slow. Just be slow. We want to capture your evidence as best we can. Please.
Okay, continue.
Yes, you said you asked Life Esidimeni to communicate with the families. Once again, even the department communicated with the families. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lady.
How did the department do so?
Thank you, my lady.
Because you were trying to explain that, I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, because we wrote to Life Esidimeni and advised them to organize family meeting. We started in Waverley, I think it might be around, I'm not sure of the date. They organized a meeting. I attended the meeting. The project manager attended the meeting and the MEC attended the meeting. That was the first meeting and my directorate is, and the second meeting
So where was this meeting? Just go slow. You seem to be saying lots of things. Let's finish one point and then we get to the others.
Thank you, my lady. I wanted to
and I'm also going to ask you to relax. You seem not relaxed.
Thank you so much.
Yes, if I may, you asked Life Esidimeni to organize a meeting with the families. Where was the first meeting?
The first meeting was in Waverley, my lady.
Okay, continue. The next meeting, the second meeting.
The second meeting was in Rand West, which has got two facilities. Rand West and Rand Fontaine. They were next to each other. That was the second meeting.
Yes.
And that meeting was attended by the project team leader, myself, and my team in the Mental Health Directorate, and Dr. Silibano.
Yes.
And the third meeting was organized at Banning Center. I'm not sure if the HOD was there, but I know Mr. Musenuri, myself, and my directorate were there in that meeting. And we know that although Bane was not terminating, but we felt, my apology, that we should also meet with them, which you also meet with them.
Okay.
Continue.
How did the meeting at Waverley go, doctor?
How did
the meeting
at Waverley
go?
The meeting at Waverley were chaired by the MEC, and the family were not so happy about the news of termination. But the MEC explained the reasons why we are terminating. And at that meeting, some family were not really happy. But she indicated that there is nothing more we can do because we do not have enough funds to carry on with Life Esidimeni.
Continue.
And yourself as the Director Mental Health, what was the primary purpose of family engagements informing the family about the termination of life Esidimeni contract?
The main purpose is that in the there were 3 areas we had to look at. Firstly, those who are able to go home will be.
Can you start again?
Yeah.
You are breaking.
Okay, the reason was that the family, as they are the immediate family of the patient, and if the patient happened to be discharged, they need to look after them at home. If the patient have to be going to the NGO, they need also to know which NGO they are going, and they keep on supporting them. If the patient will go to a psychiatric hospital, they also need to know so that they can also continue to support the patient, because for mental health care patient to recover mostly, the family need to be involved.
Okay. My lady, I see it's 6 minutes past 11. I'm on Waverley Center. I want to move to Rand West and Rand Fontaine. Through you, my lady, if I can proceed, or we can take the tea adjournment.
All right, I think Ms. Hasim.
Please support my lady. I didn't want to interrupt my learned friend's examination in chief earlier, but since we are going to be taking a tea break, it seems, could I ask that the lighting is improved in the room where the witness is sitting, because her face is in shadow?
We'll do that. Thanks a lot, my senior.
Okay, thank you very much. I see, whose hand is that? Was it, is it the hand of Ms. Hasim? Thank you. Dr. Manamela, you have been sitting throughout the proceedings. You saw when I was warning witnesses not to discuss the matter with anybody else when they are testifying. So the same oath that has been applying to those people is also going to apply to you. You need not talk to anybody else regarding your case until you are excused by the court. At this point in time, we're going to take a tea adjournment. Please stick to your oath, and then we will resume thereafter. Thank you very much. The court will adjourn now. Let us resume at 20 past 11. Thank you.
As a please.
Yes, Dr. Manamela, can you hear me?
Can hear you, my lady.
I see you're chewing something. Can you please take it out so that we can be able to proceed?
Sorry, my lady, she was in the tea break a bit. It took a bit long.
Okay, that's fine. You are reminded that you are still under oath.
Thank you, my lady.
You can proceed, Mr. Sipera.
Thank you, thank you, my lady. Doctor, you spoken about the meeting of Waverley. Let's go to Rand West and Rand Fontaine. Meeting with the family. Sorry. Just remind me again, who was part of the meeting from your department? I noted Mr. Mosinoki was there, the HOD was there, and the directorate. Was the MEC there?
At Rand West, the MEC was not there. The MEC was at Waverley.
Okay. And at Banning, was the MEC part of the meeting?
The MEC was not part of the meeting at Banning. It was Mr. Musenuri as project manager and myself, deputy project manager, and Dr. Sophie Lingwani, Me Masinello, the senior, and Me Frida Sinello.
Thank you. There is evidence on record by some of your colleagues that even Ms. Mutembu Zanele, that the meeting at Waverley was a very hostile meeting. Did you experience that? It was a hostile meeting. It was a hot meeting.
Yes, my lady. The family at Waverley were, and when the MEC was presenting, they didn't like that as well, but she finally advised them of the Brazil model where the patient are being at home and taking care of the family. And they were really not welcoming the termination there at Waverley.
And let's go to...
You keep on mentioning the MEC without mentioning the name. Are we talking about the former MEC here, Ms. Tani Mashangu? Let it be clear.
My apology, my lady. It was the former MEC, Ms. Mashangu, who was with us in the first meeting at Waverley, and she addressed the family.
Okay. Continue.
There's evidence before this inquest that Banning was saved. Mr. Musinoki put it in that way, that Banning was saved. How did it happen that Banning got saved? What was your role as the directorate to the effect that Banning was saved?
When I first heard on the media that life Esidimeni will be terminated, I also thought of Banning, also discussed it in my directorate, and I advised the HOD that we don't think it will be proper to terminate Banning together with the other mental health care users chronic. We said, let's ask for extension or for a year later, when everything is normal, we can ask for termination of Banning. And then when I advised the HOD, because immediately we heard on the media, I called him. I reminded him of the termination SLA, that if you are going to terminate, you need to give life Esidimeni 6 months according to the plan, according to the service level agreement. How not touch Banning. And then indeed, HOD wrote 2 letters The first letter was the termination of life Esidimeni that went the same day with the second letter that was saying, Baneng, we cannot terminate, but we want to negotiate for entering into another contract with Baneng.
Can we leave it there?
Yes, thank you, my lady.
The HOD we're talking about, Dr. Selebano.
My apology, my lady. The HOD was Dr. Silvano, and the project manager was Mr. Musenua.
Okay, thank you. Just hold it there.
My phone. Eat beef, right? Sorry, eat beef.
Yes.
Sorry, you're making noise there. Tell the.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, I missed something on the letter of extension. My apology, my lady. There's evidence before this inquest court that the letter for extension of the termination lifespan to the MEC also proposed that, correct me if I'm wrong, doctor, that if it was possible for the department to buy life Esidimeni existing facilities. Do you know about that?
Before that letter, my lady, mental health directorate around February, March, we were advised by the MEC to come and present the services for mental health. So in that presentation, one of the options was the department to look at purchasing life Esidimeni facilities. That was from the beginning, before we even get the termination letter. And another option was to renovate the mental health hospital that were having unused bed. And the last option that we presented to the MEC was to renovate those buildings that are not used, like Natalspruit had already moved to a new hospital. Mamelodi already moved to a new hospital. So in that meeting, we presented this option, and with the view that if the two cannot be accepted, maybe the life Esidimeni purchasing, we can look at that.
Okay. Doctor, let me just remind you again, the court has been warning you when you say HOD, what do you mean about that? You around February and March, you did a presentation to the MEC. Which year?
It was 2015. I'm not quite sure of the year. It was the MEC Mahlangu. She was already appointed. And the HOD, I think, was still acting as Dr. Silvano, as the appointed Deputy Director General, if I'm right.
Okay.
And there were other senior management as well.
All right. Let's move on. The directorate had family meetings, as you testified. There's evidence before this inquest that family members were not happy with the termination. Did the family members formed a committee of some sort to engage with the department to understand why the contract was terminated? Can you assist the inquest court there?
When my mental health directorate as well as the project team manager realized that the family still need to learn or maybe need to be supported, we asked the Life Esidimeni to say, we are going to form committee, family committee from Waverley, family committee from Rand West and Rand Fontaine. And then we developed those families committee. And unfortunately, because it was formed by mental health or the Department of Health, we had to meet with them in our department, no longer in Life Esidimeni. So in those, that's how we try to say, let's try to help the community or the family to understand and also to work with the family towards the termination process for their loved ones.
Okay.
So.
All right. Doctor, if I can just ask you a very, very direct question. At the time when the contract termination was pronounced, you had 4 facilities being taken care of by Life Esidimeni. Did the department termination?
At the time of termination, the department were still in the planning process to look at the facility, because we from mental health directorate, when we had 200 reduction of beds,
yes,
to us 200 was too many. So we needed to ensure that these patients who are in 200 in number, who were supposed to go to Life Esidimeni from our facilities, where will they go?
Okay.
So we identified the unused facility, not in psychiatric hospital at that moment, but without the psychiatric hospital. And we, in our meeting, we involved the infrastructure meeting, the director, by then it was Mr. Gobindlela.
I'm very sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. If you just listen to the question properly. Did the department at the time of termination have the capacity to absorb all the patients from Life Esidimeni? Yes or no? Then if Mr. Sibara wants these explanations, you can do so. Because, I mean, one is not following your evidence. Did the department have that capacity?
Thank you, my lady. The department didn't have enough capacity to absorb all of them.
Okay. And at the time of termination, the department was working to reduce beds by 200 in a year, correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Just hold it there, Mr. Sibera.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, continue.
It's common cause, doctor, before this inquest court that we're not going to go to side issues. Life Esidimeni contract was terminated. Patients were removed to NGOs, to government hospitals. You are aware of that, is that correct?
That's correct, my lady.
And within the project plan itself, yourself, what was your role during the termination yourself?
My role during the termination was to support the process, was to ensure that
it was to do what? The first one?
The first one was to support the process.
The project.
The project. And also to meet and give report of the development that we've made. For example, first one was to ask that we profile the type of patients that are at Life Esidimeni. And when we profiled them, we can know how many are eligible to go home, how many are eligible to go to the NGOs if the family are unable to take care or they cannot do that for certain reason, and how many still need to be hospitalized so that they can go to our own psychiatric hospital. Okay. And also, okay.
All right. Doctor, let's try and find a bit of logic. You testified that the department did not have enough capacity. Let us start from the NGOs level. There's evidence before this inquest that the department was looking at NGOs to absorb these mental health care users after the contract was terminated. Within the department database itself, at the time of termination, did the department have enough NGOs capacity to assist during the termination?
Yes, hold it there. Yes, response.
The department didn't have enough capacity at the NGO to can house all the patients from Life Esidimeni at that time.
All right. Then, did the department embarked on NGO identification to assist the department with the decentralization of mental health care users from Life Esidimeni?
That's correct, my lady. We embarked on that system to invite the NGO, the old and the new. We had the first meeting, I think, the beginning of November. We had the first meeting with the NGO. As we call the NGO, even the stakeholders were also advised to join in that meeting so that we can present to them the position of the department.
When you say stakeholders, what are you talking about?
The stakeholders, I'm talking about South African Federation for Mental Health. I'm talking about SADC. And I'm talking about some of the, I think SASOP, although they are not the NGO, but we had to meet with them as well and inform them of the position of the department. And I'm also talking about any other institution that is interested or that is running the mental health services. I just forgotten some of the name that were there.
All right. And when you say you invited the stakeholders like SASOP, SADC, you know very well, Doctor, that SADC is passionate and interested in these proceedings, and they've been following, and other stakeholders they've been following, the public has been following. Did SADC participated in these meetings? You said you invited them.
That's correct, my lady. SADC were represented and South African Federation for Mental Health were also represented.
SADC was represented. Do you know who represented SADC?
I I forgotten the name, but in the attendant register that I have, I underline it. I don't know if there is Sasha or there is something. Also, section 27 was in the meeting.
Okay.
I don't know, but you'll see when they write from SADC on the attendant register.
Okay. When I was asking you about identification and license, I'm sorry, identification of NGOs. Once again, Doctor, you mentioned that there was a first meeting in November. I'll go back to which year?
I apologize, my lady. It was November 2015.
Okay.
When we had the first meeting.
All right. Do you recall perhaps who had the role?
My apology. It might be October or November. I'm not quite sure, but that was when we had the first meeting.
Okay. And how were they invited, these NGOs?
In my directorate, as mental health directorate, we have specific person who is managing the NGOs, all the NGOs in all the district. She is the one who invited the district manager to invite those NGOs to come. And we also supported by the one who was also managing Life Esidimeni. So we sent out emails to the existing NGOs. And also, when the district got that email, they also invited, because every year they have a list of those who are interested to open new NGO. They invited the new NGO. They also came to that meeting.
And in your office, who was in charge of this role?
Miss Hannah Jacobus was in charge of the role of the NGO. Whatever happened with the NGO, she was in charge. And Mr. Tobano was in charge of Life Esidimeni. And because these two were going together,
okay,
they were working together.
All right. You remember you spoke about 5 districts. So can you educate me? Ms. Hannah Jacobus would populate the invite to the districts as you mentioned them before this inquest court. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during these NGO meetings, will I be correct that that is when the department advises NGOs, new and old, that Life Esidimeni was terminating, correct?
That's correct, my lady.
And Doctor, when we're on this topic, let us not forget the evidence before this inquest court that NGOs had serious financial challenges. During this early stage of the meetings, when NGOs were being engaged, did the department engage the finance section of the department to be part of these meetings when the NGOs are being invited?
That's correct, my lady. They even got a slot to present about finances in the same meeting.
Okay. And were the NGOs advised how the finances would work immediately when the termination kicks in during these meetings?
Yes, my lady. They were advised because we had Deputy Director, Mr. Makabate, and his team who were given a slot to advise them on what is required and how the department goes about managing finances of the NGOs.
And you mentioned Mr. Makabate. Who's this? Who's Mr. Makabate, Doctor?
He is still the Deputy Director of Finance in the area that was managing the NGO and payment.
Just hold on there. Do you perhaps can you shed light to the court What is it that Mr. Makabat advised NGOs, new and old, with regard to the finances?
He advised
during this meeting, sorry. Yeah.
You were cutting a little bit, advocate, but
Okay.
I got the question.
Okay.
He had a process that they use as finance before the NGO can be in the database of the department. But NGO had to enter first with the district.
Yeah, just a second, doctor. Just a second. Just a second. Can you start again? This building network is a bit of a problem, my lady. We tried everything in our powers. We are working from good offices. I don't know what is the problem now. I can see that doctor is breaking all the time. So, doctor, you can go back to what is it that the Dr. Makabate and his team advised the NGO in terms of finances. In terms of finances.
He advised the NGO on the financial role that the finance are budgeting for the NGO, that the NGO has to have service level agreement with the district, and that the NGO will also have the license that will prove to them that they are managing mental health care user. And he also further alluded that they will do the audit of how the NGO are managing the finances. After he has given them that if it's a child, department pays so much. If it's the geriatric patient is so much. If it's psych patient, they pay so much.
Okay, doctor. With regard to finances, did the finance advise NGOs with regard to the payment duration, the delay in payments, logistical processes before payments could be paid to NGOs? Can you just assist us, if you recall, doctor?
That's correct, my lady. They did advise them, and the NGO also asked about their time. The existing NGO asked about how can they help them about the dry season. So they tried to allude how government systems are working, and also that government will only pay once they are appointed and they provided services.
Okay. You mentioned a word which I'm not familiar with, dry season. Can you educate us with that word, doctor?
That word was used when the department moves from the last financial year, when they got the new funds for the next financial year. So they were always delayed of around a month for them to finalize allocation of that finances. And that's why the NGO were calling it dry season, as they are still busy allocating.
So thank you, doctor. Remember, don't forget, we are still on the issue of NGO briefing meeting of the first meeting, which you are saying it was around October, November 2015. You mentioned that SADC attended some of the meetings, Section 27 attended. Do you recall if SASOP as well attended these meetings with NGOs?
No, SASOP had separate meetings with us.
Okay. And let me just take you back a bit. My apology, my lady. During the family meetings, these stakeholders, I'm talking about Section 27 SADC, did they attend as well these family meetings which were held in Waverley, Randfontein, Banning, and Westland?
I'm not sure of Baneng, but I think if my memory serves me well, they attended at Waverley because apparently where it was during the working day, I'm not sure, I might be wrong, but they were attended. I think they were not, they didn't attend.
All right. And whilst we are still on NGOs, Doctor, can you educate us and some of us about, it is common cause that NGOs were then licensed to absorb these mental health care users from Life Esidimeni. Take us through a bit with your own recollection, the licensing of NGOs, particularly your role, yourself as the director of the department.
My role as the director of the department
during
was during licensing, the final role was to authorize or approve those licenses. But the process was as follows.
Okay.
The district, year by year, the district were the one alone who will identify the new NGO and send them to us after they did the audit. They have SLA, they are sure that the NGO will be working. So alone they were doing that. But during the marathon process, when we realized that the termination is unavoidable, I allocated Mr. Toban, who was in charge of Life Esidimeni, Mr. Franz Toban, Deputy Director, and Ms. Hannah Jacobus, who was in charge of NGO, to assist the NGO in the district. If there are new NGOs, they will assist them. So what will happen was that the NGO will be identified in a particular district. They will go and visit. They will inform them of the beds that they are interested in. And the team from the district, sometimes with the team from the province, they will take through the district. My apology. They will take the NGOs through the process that should be followed until finally we issue a license. And when the license are submitted, they are submitted by the district. Who knows how many patients are to go to NGO 1 and what type of patients will be admitted in that NGO 1, so that when we give license, the license will also advise the finance to say if it's the mental health care children, they will pay so much, and so that they can be able to allocate. And they will also ensure that the NGO enter into service level agreement with the chief director. When all these are done, they submit the licensing to my office, which I will sign. The director will sign and submit the budget to the finance section. Maybe I missed the budget also. Once the district satisfies themselves that this NGO is new or is old, they make budget for them. At times, the NGO will add beds, even if it's an old NGO. So they will provide budget and submit it to our offices. So when the licenses were sent to my office by the NGO manager, Ms. Jacobus, I will check. And then where there are problems, I will advise her to clarify. At times, if she's not there, I will also call the coordinator to clarify. And thereafter, I will sign the licenses, and these licenses are taken back to the district for them to issue to the NGO that they requested for.
Okay. Okay, Doctor. You mentioned a word during the marathon process. Hannah Jacobus was in charge of the licensing of NGOs and with the district. What do you mean about the marathon process?
Actually, I will have to explain what is marathon process, because this termination was nicknamed. It was not marathon project. The marathon project, the marathon strategy was developed within the main plan. The plan was termed termination of contract between the department and Life Esidimeni and upscaling of community mental health services. So within this project, we developed two sub-strategy. One of them was marathon strategy. The other one was adopt an NGO strategy. So Ms. Jacobus and Mr. Tobani were allocated to assist the NGOs, the district, in terms of the NGOs to meet the requirement that are needed for the department for us to be able to place the patient.
Okay. It is evidence before this inquest, Doctor, that you signed off the licenses of NGOs, new NGOs, and existing NGOs. And at some point, again, Dr. Silubano signed the licenses. Can you assist the court? How did that happen?
Thank you, Mike. The licenses that I signed the licenses for the whole province, for the old and the new NGO and new NGOs, and they were issued during the process of Professor Malerapur, the ombudsman. When he met us, he said to us in a meeting, the NGO license, which is a certificate actually, was not supposed to be signed by the director, Dr. Manamela, was supposed to be signed by the HOD. So that is why there were two licenses. However, I want the HOD to say, according to the Act, there are action that must be taken by the HOD, and there are action that might be taken by mental health section. For example, if I'm allowed, for the license, the Act say, if I'm right, I think Section 43 of Mental Health Act, somewhere is say the province consent will ensure that the license are issued. Again, it even said, when it comes to the treatment, like we have some treatment for mental health care where they will be subjected to some of convulsion system. That one is clearly indicate this is where the HOD must give you authority. But for the licenses, there were no such that it must be the HOD. When he advised that, I advised, and he said to me, okay, just do the second licenses for all that new one. And I said, what about the old? He said, no, let's do the one for the new one. Professor asked that, and I will discuss it with the MEC before I issued. And then we prepared them.
Okay.
And the next time I saw they were issued, that is why he said when they issued, they will put the two of them together.
All right. You testify that now you signed the licenses, new and old, for the whole entire province, for NGOs, for mental health care users. Did I capture your evidence well?
That's correct, my lady.
Do you go on the ground yourself as the director and do the audits to make sure that this NGO meets the requirements of the Act for the NGO to be then issued with the license? Do you do that?
I do not go down there and check. It's the district that's supported by the NGO manager. I do not go there.
All right. Let's go back to, let's talk exactly during the termination of life Esidimeni contract and identification of NGOs, identification of infrastructure. I'm talking about the NGOs where they were going to be housed. How was it done?
Like I was saying, the district, the 5 districts will identify the place and they will liaise with the NGO identifying team. I don't know if I can tell you that we had 3 teams. Maybe it's not the right time, but the first team that has to work on the NGO was NGO identifying team led by Ms. Hannah Jacobos and Mr. Franz Toban. So they will liaise with the district and the district will advise them of which NGOs want to open new bed and which NGOs want to expand. However, on 2 weekly meeting as the director, because of the concern for life Esidimeni, we had to have a meeting with them so that they can update the province as the other DDs were not doing the identification at that time.
Okay. So you had 3 teams. You've got the NGO identification team. There you've got Mr. Tobani and Hannah Jacobus, correct?
That's correct.
And let's just get the teams, all of them together. The second team, which team was it?
The second team was placement team.
Hold on.
That was Dr. Lingwa.
Placement team. Hold on there. And you were mentioning the members of this team of the called placement team. You said who's that?
It was Dr. Lingwani and Miss Nello, and they were placed at Waverley.
Okay.
And the third.
Just look at the judge. She's taking notes, Dr.
No. She can continue. I'm listening.
Okay. And the third.
There was a sound. I was waiting for the sound just to disappear. Continue.
Yeah, it was on our side, my lady. I think there was a terrible car or motorbike passing. The third team?
The third team was the placement team that was placed at Rand West and Rand Fontaine, consisting of Miss Mashile and Miss Frida Sinello.
Hold on there. Okay, so then we've got the composition of the teams. With the leave of the court, I'll go back to the NGO identification team, which is according to your evidence, it was with Mr. Tobani and Ms. Hannah Jacobus. With regard to I'm going back to the very same question, Doctor. The identification of one NGO infrastructure where the NGO is operating. Whose role was that?
It was the the role of the district, but because of the project, Mr. Tobani and Miss Hannah Jacobus will work with the district. The district will say, we find this place, can you come? And then they will go and assist. If there is a need that there will be a meeting for those NGOs, the meeting will be organized. But the two identifying team members were placed as the in charge for identifying the NGOs and supporting the district, ensuring that they will function effectively.
Okay. Doctor, before this inquest, we've got a few NGOs, which I can call them perhaps maybe participating NGOs during this inquest. Predominantly, these NGOs, they are from the Tshwane district. Do you know that?
Yes, my lady.
Do you know them by names from where you are sitting?
Most of them I know by names.
Take your time, doctor, and just tabulate them.
I know of Bupilong in Mamelodi.
Hold on. Yes.
I know of Bupilong in Hammanskraal.
Hold on. Yes.
I know of Precious Angels in Atteridgeville.
Hold on there. Atteridgeville. Okay. Yes.
I remember Shama in Pretoria East, Cullinan.
Yes.
I remember Rebafeni in Hinops, Pretoria, I will say Pretoria West. I remember El Shaddai around Centurion.
Okay.
I remember, I don't know if it was Umhlegu because they changed names. Umhlegu. Also around Centurion. Finally, they end up in Centurion. Ubuhlegu. It was Umhlegu before. I think I remember, yeah, these are how many of them. That's in Tshwane, I can remember.
Okay. And there's an NGO called Anchor.
Oh, my apology. I also know of Anchor in the east, in Cullinan. And I think there was also Siabadinga around Cullinan.
Okay, doctor. These are NGOs, like I just put a question to you, which are based in the Tshwane district. Do you confirm?
I confirm, my lady.
And it is common cause and evidence before this inquest that these NGOs received patients from different centers of life Esidimeni during the decentralization of patients.
Which NGO?
These NGOs she listed, my lady.
Okay, all of them. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. If I can just repeat it, my lady, doctor, it's evidence before this inquest that these NGOs you have listed, which you say you remember, received patients after life Esidimeni contract was terminated. Let me just ask you, doctor, to stretch your mind a bit. Once again, we will go back to the district. You've just mentioned the NGOs from Tshwane, which, one, they are participating during these inquests. They are represented during these inquests. Let's go to Johannesburg district. Don't forget, Doctor, you are assisting the court. You are assisting the public. You are here to assist the members of the mental health care users who, unfortunately, some of them passed away. Johannesburg district, do you know of the NGOs which received patients after the Life Esidimeni contract was terminated?
Yes, my lady, I know of Takalani.
Hold on there. Takalani.
I know of Tumelo.
Okay.
I think there were two of the new, the Tumelo, another Tumelo. I think there were three. No, there was also Bokang.
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 Okay.
In there, yes. And the last one, I think, was Siaba Tanda. Yeah, it was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, yes, it was Siaba Tanda.
Okay. You mentioned that there were new ones. Tumelo, is that one of the new NGOs which received mental health care users after termination?
Yes, Tumelo is the one of the new one that received, I think, and Siabatanda Siabatanda was also a new one.
Okay.
These are the ones that I remember in COJ.
Okay. Do you and Ekurhuleni?
In Ekurhuleni, I do not remember new one, but I know that St. Michael has received mental health care users from Life Esidimeni. I don't remember very well what are the other NGO and whether they were new or old.
So St. Michael received mental health care users after the termination. Is that your evidence?
That's correct, my
that is in Ekurhuleni. And St. Michael was an existing NGO, correct? It was an old NGO.
St. Michael was an old NGO.
Thank you. And assist the inquest court further, Doctor. In Esidimeni, do you know of new and old NGOs which received patients after the contract of Life Esidimeni was terminated? Esidimeni?
I know the new NGO in Esidimeni was Anani.
Anani?
Anani.
Okay.
And there was Labengi, which is not new, but they received the patients.
Okay.
There was Tekhanang.
Tekhanang.
Yes, Tekhanang, which also received the patient. These are the three I'm remembering, but if I can check my document, I can have the exact number, these three.
Okay. And Western District?
Western District, there was Hepzibah.
Hold on.
Hepzibah.
Hepzibah.
Hepzibah. Hepzibah. Hepzibah. Yeah, HES, I think BA. Yeah, Hepzibah. I hope I pronounce them well.
Okay, continue.
Okay.
And there was Musero, is old NGO. if Friends of Sterkfontein received the patient.
Just a second, doctor. We will come to hospitals. We are just dealing with NGOs now.
Yes, there is NGO by the name of Friends of Sterkfontein, but I'm not sure they received the patient. It's just what came.
Which one is that?
Friends of Sterkfontein, but it's an old one. I don't remember very well the new one in West Rand, but I can check.
All right. You'll correct me, doctor, if we have covered all the districts. Okay. The process of you've covered the process of licensing of NGOs and identification of NGOs. Let's talk about now. We are going to move to the placement teams, my lady. We will start with the first placement team, doctor. The first placement team, just bear with me a bit. I just want to note down so that we can have logic. Placement team. We are going to start with the placement team of Dr. Lingwane and Sinelo N. Take us through that placement, doctor. Don't forget again, doctor, I'll remind you when you talk about the month, the year, just be specific. The proceedings are being recorded. Yes, doctor, you may proceed.
Dr. Lingwane and Mrs. Ensinello were placed in Waverley.
Okay.
From the time we started with placement, which is May, and they assisted placement of mental health care users.
May, which year?
May 2016, my lady, my apology.
Thank you.
2016.
May.
Yes. What were they doing from this date?
They were supporting the 2 doctors that were also allocated from the Mental Health Review Board, who had been doing part-time with Life Esidimeni, and they were allocated there to assist in assessing and ensuring that every patient, before they are allocated to the NGO or to the hospital, has been assessed by the doctors. So they were supporting them. They were also supporting MDT of Life Esidimeni, working together with them because Life Esidimeni knew the patient better than our 2 DDs. And they were also managing when the patients are moving from the ward to the NGO or to the hospital. They were there to ensure that the patient are moved appropriately with what is expected and to the relevant places. So they will actually liaising with the identifying team, which will indicate to them, for example, Shama is ready. They will need so many patients. They will come on this date to collect the patient. So they were actually facilitating and coordinating the placement of mental health care user from Life Esidimeni Waverley to the hospital, from Life Esidimeni Waverley to the NGOs.
Doctor, once again, let me take you back just so that the record can be clean. They were supporting 2 doctors. We don't know them, doctor. Which doctors are you talking about?
My apology. The doctors who were working in the mental health review board.
Yes.
I asked the chairperson to say, because our doctors indicated to the MEC in a meeting, the psychiatrist, that it will be difficult for them to go to Life Esidimeni and assess the patient because they don't know them and ethically is not correct. So I wrote a letter to the chairperson of the board to say, because the 2 doctors once worked at Life Esidimeni, Dr. Wadala, I think, was allocated to Randfontein and Rand West, and Dr. Ganya was allocated to Waverley. They will pardon me if I mix the place, but they also agreed to assist, and they assisted and worked with the Life Esidimeni team and with our deputy directors who were allocated there.
Okay. Let me interpose you, doctor, so that our evidence is clean and the record is clean. So will I be correct that with your evidence, Dr. Ganyo was working with the placement team at Waverley, the team Dr. Lingwane and Sinelo N?
Yes, I think so. Like I said, I mustn't mix them. I think he was in Waverley.
All right. Once again, just for the clean record, what was the purpose of Dr. Gania to form part and parcel of the team of the placement team at Waverley? What was his role?
Actually, Dr. Wadala and Dr. Gania, they were appointed by the MEC to be in the Mental Health Review Board. But that was a part-time job in our department. On part-time, they were also working at Life Esidimeni. So we realized that they know the patient very well. And we asked them through the chairperson who agreed, we asked them, they also agreed. And that was the reason that they allowed themselves to go and do that work that they used to do in assessing the patient in the 2 Life Esidimeni facilities.
Hold on, just a second, doctor. You said you asked the chairperson. Are you talking about the chairperson of the review board? And what is the name of that chairperson who released the 2 doctors? That is Dr. Gania and Dr. Wadala.
The chairperson at that time was the late Miss Masondo, who was in charge of the Mental Health Review Board.
And you mentioned that Dr. Gania was there to assess the patients at Waverley. Did you, as the director yourself, I'm talking about you yourself now, during this process of placement, find yourself at Waverley when the placement team was there, Dr. Lingwane and Sinelo N and Dr. Gania is there?
If my memory serves me well, doctors were allocated earlier before the placement team so that they can assess the patient.
Oh, okay.
And if they went before, by the time Dr. Lingwane and and Masinello were allocated, they found them there. If they were not yet ready or completed the assessment, I think they carried on in their presence. But when they went there, we knew that they've already been allocated almost earlier before them.
Okay, all right. you have told the inquest court now that the placement team, you gave a scenario that the placement team would communicate with the NGO identification team. So meaning, if we then give a practical, clean example, Dr. Linkwani, Ms. Sinelo N would communicate with with Ms. Jacobus and Mr. Tobani with regard to a specific NGO where mental health care users could be accommodated. Is that how it worked?
That's how it worked, my lady.
And yourself as the director, did you play any active role in that activity, yourself as the director?
I didn't play any active role, but when they had challenges, they could call me if I'm available, and we were meeting every Monday. Then from Tuesday, they are away, and then they will come Monday and give reports so that we support one another. Okay.
Let's go back. Let me just again ask you in a broader spectrum. NGOs received, it's common cause that the NGOs you have mentioned before this court, they've received mental health care users after the contract was terminated. Would the placement teams...
Just a second. Nelisiwe, is this thing recording? Nelisiwe?
Yes, Judge?
Is it recording? Can you please check?
Yes, Judge, it's still recording.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, just for the sake of passage of time, when the patients were supposed to be moved from life Esidimeni centers, you have testified that already you've got placement teams in those centers. Will the placement team communicate with the identification team and then patients will be moved? Is that how the process unfolded?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to the means of transportation of mental health care users from, for example, from Waverley to a specific NGO, did you know how that was facilitated?
I didn't know, unless if they had a challenge, they will say, can you advise?
Okay.
But I didn't know.
Okay, let's hold on there, doctor.
Just a second, I'm so concerned about this. Can you all check if this is recording?
Yeah, on my side, my lady, it says recording and transcription. And on my left-hand corner, there's a red dot.
Yes, I'm seeing that here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shows that it's recording, my lady. I'm not sure.
All right, continue.
Thank you. Doctor, with regard to the numbers, which a specific NGO would accommodate, what role did you play yourself as the director?
The role that I played, it was during the planning when we will call the NGO for a meeting. Most meetings happened in our directorate, or we will go maybe to a district. So the role that I played, I will be chairing the meeting, and we will ask the district people and the NGO to present what is it that they are going to offer. For example, if they say we need mentally ill geriatrics, we'll ask how many beds, how many staff members do you have? And those were when I was chairing such meeting. But okay, when they started...
Okay, you intend to say when they started the placement?
When they started placement, they will directly speaking with the NGO NGO identifying team and the NGO consent.
Okay.
Unless there were challenges, then they can contact me.
Okay, thank you, my lady. Through you, my lady, I just want to repeat this question just for certain clarity. Doctor, let us talk about specifications. Let us not worry about the general layout, how things were done. I'm talking about now the contract has been terminated. Patients should be moved from life Esidimeni facilities, correct? How were the numbers counted? For example, if patients were to be taken to Precious Angels, who was determining the number of patients?
But just a second, Mr. Sibera, before you go there, your question,
yes,
when she was explaining this lots of
yes,
information, you wanted to know whether she was involved. What role did she play?
Thank you, my lady. Thank you.
Right, with regard to the number of patients that had to be accommodated at the different NGOs. That was the question. If she can answer that.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you.
There is a lot of detail which I don't understand. Why did she have to go there?
Thank you,
Doctor. For sure, you understand what we want to pick up from your evidence.
Yes.
With regard to the number of patients to be accommodated at the different NGOs, what role did you play? That was the question.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. I didn't play any role there.
Okay. How did the department determine the number of mental health care users to be accommodated, for example, at an NGO like Precious Angel?
The Precious Angels.
This is just given as an example.
Yes,
let me assist you. Yes. When you answer this question, just listen attentively. He's just giving you an example so that you can formulate your answer. He wants to know how did the department determine the number of mental health users to be accommodated at the different NGOs.
Yes, thank you, my lady. I just used Precious Angel as an example.
Yes, that was just used as an example. But as far as you know, how did you, as the Gauteng Department of Health, determine the number of those patients as they were being accommodated at the NGOs?
Thank you, my lady. The NGO will liaise with the NGO identifying team and inform them how many beds they have and when they are ready and when can they collect or the emergency section deliver the patient.
Just go slow. The NGOs will liaise with the placement identification teams, right?
No, not the placement. They will first liaise with the NGO identification team members, and then who will liaise with the placement and placement team.
Okay.
Yes, they will tell them the number of beds at a specific NGO and when will the patient be collected, or if they are delivered, transported, when will the patient be transported?
One, they will liaise with them with regard to the number of beds that they have at the NGO. Two, when they will be ready.
When can they be patient be transported? Because now the placing team were there when we place. And the mode of transport, if they will use government transport or they would like to use their own transport. so that the placement team, for example, at Waverley, will know and advise the Waverley people, prepare so many patients. For example, they are going to El Shaddai. That's how it was working.
Okay. Thanks a lot, my lady.
Just a second. Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. Your explanation now on this aspect takes me back a bit to the licensing of NGOs. Correct me if I'm wrong. You informed the court this morning that the license would have the number, the capacity, which a particular NGO could accommodate, and the type of patients it could accommodate. For example, you mentioned geriatric and psychiatric and so on. Was that as well the criteria which the department was using when decentralizing patients after the termination?
That was the criteria, because the NGO, as they are not government entity, they will tell us themselves what type of a patient they would like to accommodate. Then when the district plus the identifying team visit, they know this NGO is going to admit this type of NGO of mental health care users. So
Okay.
they check the requirement according to that.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, when we are still sitting on the decentralizations of patients, there's evidence before this inquest court that Precious Angels received, they are calling them wrong patients than they were promised, or than the agreement with the department. Do you know about that occurrence?
I don't know about that occurrence, but maybe what I can say was that the identification of mental health care users,
okay,
is not going according to age most of the time. It goes according to the disability that they are having.
Okay.
Come again, let me understand that.
I was saying, my lady, the classification of mental health care users,
okay,
especially those who are mentally disabled, it goes according to, it doesn't go according to the age, but it goes according to the disability that they are suffering from. So as a result, you may find that there is a mental health care users who is almost 50 years, but is physically disabled and mentally disabled. And we will still refer that mental health care user as a child. That's how it was working. And that's how the system is.
Okay, just hold on. Let's just go back to the point I've raised of Precious Angel. The evidence before this court by Ms. Ethel Ngube is that the department, she had an agreement that she's going to receive mental health care users who are children. That is why she had court beds. Then she was surprised when she was informed that she's going to receive adults.
The NGO, they will indicate to the identifying team what type of service they will be able to render. And there is no way that the department can say you must take psychiatric patient, or you must, I'm just giving example, you must take a geriatrics, or you must take, the department does not determine that. they can only determine in the hospital that is of a hospital, and that's the only way. The NGO were having latitude to take the patient according to their services.
What do you mean by that? Are you therefore disagreeing with the evidence of Ms. Mui in this regard?
Myself, I don't know about it, and it was not reported to me that she must be given, or she was given the patient that she was not willing to take, or she doesn't have skills to take care of.
Oh, okay.
That's all there.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor?
Just a second.
Thank you, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. You gave a classification that due to the mental condition and physical condition of a patient, those patients would be called children, and though they are old. Was this classification there even before Life Esidimeni contract was terminated?
That's correct, my lady. It was there.
And doctor, this takes me back to Baneng facility. If one hears this name, Baneng, in Setswana, if not Sotho, it talks to a child. This Baneng Center of Life Esidimeni, what type of patients was it catering for?
It was catering for the mentally disabled and physically disabled patients who were, almost of them, I think they were above 21. Because of the mental health challenge and physical health challenge, they were still classified to be managed there as Baneng. Actually, in terms of their age, they were not children, but because of the condition, they were called Baneng.
Oh,
so you say most of them were above 21?
Yes, most of them were above 21.
Oh, okay. All right. Through the court, I just want to revisit Baneng a bit, my lady. My apology. It just crossed my mind when the witness is testifying. What informed the department that let's keep Baneng a bit? Let us not disturb Baneng. What informed the directorate to come to that decision?
I think what informed us was that, like I said, the Baneng one will be whether old or maybe from 21 or say, but they will have physical disability. Some have got problem at the lungs, or some are the spine problem, some are bedridden, and we felt as department, as mental health directorate, that we cannot say the department must take these children, these mental health care users, together with the psychiatric needs patients. So we felt that they will need, some are still bedridden. They need to have.
You felt that?
Some are bedridden. Some are still being fed. They can't feed themselves.
Okay.
Some, they can't even bath themselves. So we realized that they are so fragile or so important that we need to say, let the department still find funds somewhere and pay for these children, and these people's life be saved. And because some can't even talk, when they need water, they may not even say, I need water. So that's how serious their conditions are. Then we felt we cannot say let them terminate, because the only hospital that could take care of them was Cullinan. And at that time, we knew that Cullinan will have to take care of some from Rand West and some from West Rand.
Okay.
Just hold it there. Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. I just want to deal with this aspect when we are here, my lady, with the leave of the court. I was going to go to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, my lady, through stages from NGOs and the like, but the witness has mentioned something quite important and significant, which I want to arrest now. You testified, doctor, now that Cullinan, it was decided that they will take patients from Randfontein and Rand West. Did I get you correct on that?
That's correct, my lady.
Okay. If you can just assist the inquest court here, why was it so specific that Cullinan specifically takes these patients from these centers?
Because we noticed that even if we had Baneng beds capacity was around 290, if I'm not wrong. And there were still patients who had disability mentally, who had physical disability, who were also aging, who were in Rand West and in West Rand. I think very few maybe were in Wave Valley. So we said, because this one, mostly they are able to walk, mostly they can tell when they are hungry. So we felt that let the Cullinan start with that while we are ensuring that our children at Baneng will have to be terminated maybe at a later stage while these other patients are well settled. And Cullinan is only managing a disability, mental disability patient, not psychiatric patient as such.
I didn't get that one. You said the Cullinan is managing what?
Mental health disability users. The very same one that were like the one at Bane. When you go to Cullinan, you may find that there are those who can't even hear, who can't even talk. Not all of them at Cullinan because they are rehabilitated. Some who need to be helped with feeding, with bathing, and the rest. So that was the only hospital in Gauteng that are catering for mental disability mental health care users. So we realized they won't take the whole lot of patients even from Bane.
Thank you, doctor. We will come back to the issue of challenges which then popped up after the patients were moved to different NGOs. Tell the inquest court, doctor, here, did you, after the termination of the contract during decentralization, move patients to your hospitals?
Yes, I think, if I'm not wrong, it can be around 370 or to 4. We moved some patient to...
You said 370 or 2? 3?
Plus minus 300 to 400. We moved them from Wave Valley, from Rand West, from Randfontein to Vescopis. Some went to Sterfontein and some went to Cullinan. I may not be right with the numbers, but we moved them and we actually started with those. Because the department renovated these 3 hospitals to be able to take some of the patients from Life Esidimeni.
Okay, now you just came to the point which I wanted to touch. Let's just deal with it now. You are saying during the decentralization, you started with patients to government mental hospitals. Is that your evidence?
That's correct, my lady.
And in terms of the of the criteria the department used to say these patients should be moved to our hospitals, which criteria did you use?
The criteria were determined by the 2 doctors that were sent to Life Esidimeni. They will assess the patient and they will advise this one can go to the hospital, this one can go to Cullinan, these ones can go to NGOs. And there were also multidisciplinary team, I believe, in Life Esidimeni who are also guiding the doctors.
Okay. Whilst we are still on hospitals, at
Just a second. These doctors we're talking about, is it Gania and Dr. Wadala?
That's correct. As well as the other doctor for Life Esidimeni. I don't know them, but I saw their names. Both Dr. Ginoshi, Dr. Gota, if I'm right. They were also working with them at Life.
When you say at Life, are you saying Life Esidimeni?
At Life Esidimeni, my apology, my lady. Yes.
All right.
Just a second. Yes, Dr. Ginosi and the other one, you mentioned 2 names, although you said you can't remember some of them.
Yeah.
Dr. Kwata.
I think, I'm not sure, it's like Dr. Kota. I'm not sure because the 2 doctors I just mentioned, my lady, their Life Esidimeni, and they will I apologize if I didn't mention their name very well.
Okay.
But I was the one from that I know from our mental health review board.
So the criteria.
Dr. Wadala and Dr. Gania.
Okay. The criteria to identify mental health care users to
be moved to the hospitals, yes.
It was governed by these doctors. Doctor, when we were still at our hospitals, I mean the department hospitals, it is evidence before this inquest that patients were moved from the month of May until the end of June 2016. Do you confirm that? Mental health care users?
Yes, I confirm, my lady.
Okay. At our facilities, at the department facilities, where these mental health care users were moved, do you have any information if we had fatalities of mental health care users who were moved from Life Esidimeni to these hospitals?
As far as when I was still working, there was no fatality in Sterkfontein. I don't know after I left. And there were 2 patients who died at Vescopies.
Hold on there. Hold on. Okay. You said 2 patients died at
Vescopies while I was still working. I don't know what happened after. And I think the plus minus 13 passed on at Cullinan.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Okay.
It may not be the exact amount, but I know in Cullinan, there were patients who also passed on. Those who were taken from Life Esidimeni and some who were still in the hospital, who were already in the hospital. I might not be correct with the number, but it's from 9 upwards.
Just hold on, doctor. Just hold on. I want us to have a clear record. Remember, I'll use CCRC, my lady, for Kalina.
Yes, that's fine.
CCRC had patients before the movement. You recall that?
Before you go there, let her explain this. I am not sure if I captured it the right way. Yes. You said there was information, I don't know, you said something about one hospital, I didn't get that, where you said there were no fatalities according to you, but then you proceeded to say 2 patients died at Vescopis while you were there. Okay. Can you enlighten me regarding the first part?
The first part was that when I was still working, there was no report of any patients who died at Sterkfontein.
Okay.
Among those who were taken there and those who were still there.
Okay.
Okay, just hold it there. I'm going to.
And as I was still in there were 2 patients.
Just a second, please. I don't want you to be repeating your evidence. Then you continue to say that although you're not sure of the exact number, plus minus 13 patients died at Kalinen, CCRC. And then you said the patients were from, yes, just clarify that. The patients were from Life Esidimeni, and there were those that were in the hospital that stayed in Kalinen. Just explain that, it was not clear.
Thank you, Mali. That's where I was going. Thank you.
Okay.
Just avoid saying many things. If you can avoid saying many things, I said to you, please listen to the question before you respond. Mr. Sibara, I think after this one, then we can break for lunch.
Yeah, that's correct. I wanted to, to propose
just clarify this. We're talking about this number that you said, the 13. Those, just put your mind on this fact that according to what you heard, there were patients that died in Kalinen. And you explained to us whether those patients, were they from Life Esidimeni, or were they the patients that remained there? Or just explain to us, please.
Okay. Thank you, my lady. I may not have the exact amount, but I know patient died from Life Esidimeni who were transported to Kalinen, and some patients who were already
died,
in Kalinen.
You must be careful. You are aware that
patients from Life Esidimeni were admitted in Kalinen Care and Rehab Center. There are some who passed on.
Yes, just hold it there. They passed on at CCRC after.
Yes, my lady.
Yeah, okay.
After transported there. And others, I was reported that they were already there because they were still patient when we sent other patients.
Yes, what we know from the evidence is that there were patients who were housed at CCRC all along, right? Yes. Those patients were moved with the sole purpose of giving way for the patients from Life Esidimeni. Am I correct?
Not all of
No, just to give space for those patients who were coming from Life Esidimeni. Some of them were moved from CCRC to certain NGOs. So now you are saying those patients that died, right, which comprised this number, plus minus 13, which you are not sure about. There were those that came from Life Esidimeni and admitted at CCRC, and those that were there at CCRC who were not moved. Am I correct? Is that your evidence?
That's my evidence, my
lady. Thank you. Can we leave it there? And then I think it's the opportune time for us to take the lunch adjournment. Doctor, I've warned you previously, and the same warning is going to apply. Just understand that you are still under oath. You need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you are finished testifying and you are excused by the court. We're going to take a large adjournment now. Let's resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Please, the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Where is the witness and Mr. Sibara?
I'm here.
I don't see the witness.
Mr. Makani is, she's here now.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, my lady.
Dr. Manamela, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Thank you.
Dr. Well, welcome back. Before we adjourn for lunch, doctor, you were giving a breakdown of death at CCRC. Just for the understanding, do you have any idea of patients who died? I'm talking about those patients who were originally at CCRC, who died after the movement of patients from Life Esidimeni. You're muted, doctor. You're muted. Yes, you're good now. Okay.
Yes, as I have indicated that before I left, I got the report of 13 patients who passed on from the CEO at that time. From them, only one was from the CCRC, and the others were from Life Esidimeni.
Come again?
I was saying before we left, I said there were 13 patients who died at CCRC.
Okay.
And I went to my laptop and checked. Only one was from the CCRC at that time. That was 2017-124. And the others were from Life Esidimeni. But they died at CCRC from the two NGOs that were there, Siabadinka and Anchor.
Hold on, doctor. Just hold it there.
Yes.
The court is aware, doctor, that there were NGOs which were operating at CCRC. For the second, let's forget about the NGOs. You testified that there were patients who were from Randfontein, Rand West. They were identified to be placed at CCRC, the hospital itself. Recall.
Yes, that's correct, my lady.
Hold it there. From the patients who were moved from Life Esidimeni to CCRC as a hospital, not NGOs which are operating inside CCRC, do you have any information if there were mental health care users who died, who were transferred from Life Esidimeni to CCRC?
According to the report I have, there were 9 patients who were from Life Esidimeni who died at CCRC before I left, and one was not from Life Esidimeni.
Yeah, just hold it there. How do we correlate this information and what you testified before the lunch adjournment regarding the 13 patients? Which is which?
Yes, just break it down.
Just explain. Does this tally with what? Are you referring to the 9 from the 13 patients that you mentioned before the lunch adjournment, or is this a separate issue?
Thank you, Madam.
That's correct. That's correct, my lady, because I was not sure how many were from Life and how many were from CCRC. So I verified and I found that total was 13, but only one was from CCRC. It's not a transfer from Life Esidimeni.
Okay, that you explained, but my question is, now you are telling us about 9 patients from Life Esidimeni who were then admitted at CCRC. You are saying these 9 died. Now my question is, before we left, before we took the lunch adjournment, you mentioned 13 patients and you said you were not sure of the number, but you said you didn't even specify as to from that number whether how many died who were specifically from CCRC. But now after the lunch adjournment, you are saying only one was from CCRC. We take it that we are talking about CCRC as a hospital, not the NGOs that were housed there. But my question is, does this relate, are you referring to same patients, or because when we left before lunch, you were telling us about 13 patients. Yes. Now we are told you are talking about 9 plus 1. That is why I'm saying, how do we correlate the two? If you can clarify it properly.
Thank you, my lady. I was saying from CCRC,
Okay,
they are saying 9 patients died.
okay,
These 9 patients are from Life Esidimeni.
okay.
Only one of these patients is the one who was admitted long ago before termination.
All right.
In the CCRC.
Okay.
Let's just a second. You are now talking about 10 in total, right? Are you with me?
I'm with you,
Prior to the lunch adjournment, you spoke about more or less 13 patients. Are you detracting from that number? What are you saying to us?
What I'm saying to you, my lady, is that I was advised that I mustn't speak about the one that died at Enka and that died at Siabadinga.
Oh, so if you are referring only to CCRC, then it means it's only 10.
Yes.
So you are correcting that number to 10.
Yes, my lady.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. So the 13 total included the patients who died at the NGOs housed at CCRC. So you gave a total number.
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you. Doctor, let's just go back to, you gave us the list of NGOs which patients were transferred to after the termination of contract. As the director of Gauteng Department of Health, just for the logic of your evidence, I want us to discuss. You have already touched on the death of mental health care users at CCRC. I want us to discuss death of mental health care users after termination. We just call it sort of a topic. Death of mental health care users after they were moved, they are now at NGOs. As the director, did you get the report? One, you must just listen carefully a bit, doctor. How many patients died at a specific NGO after the contract was terminated? Did you get that information before you resigned? Are we together?
Yes, my lady, we are together.
Hold it there. When you answer that question, doctor, I will appreciate if you would give the court the name of the NGO, the number of patients who died at that particular NGO, so that we can have a bit of sequence and logic.
You can start when you are ready. The court is waiting.
Thank you, my lady. Can I just check on the document that I have?
My lady, for the record, the doctor has made some handwritten notes, which correlates with the document which we have uploaded into case lines.
Thank you, my lady. Before I left the department, I'll go from NGO to NGO alphabetically.
Thank you.
At Anani, which was in Esidimeni, there was no death.
Anan.
At Anani.
Can we go slow, because some of these names, they never featured in the evidence, remember?
Yes. Thank you,
yes.
Doctor. Thank you,
and
lady.
I think she must take a proper position so that we can see everything that we can see her face as she's giving evidence. She's now moving to the other side.
The corner, yes, I noted that, my lady. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, you may proceed then.
Thank you, my lady. Anani at Esidimeni, there was no death.
Yes.
Anchor, which was housed in CCRC, at that time there were 3 deaths.
Yes.
There was an NGO called Arieng, which I missed to remember later when I was naming them. It's in COJ. There was no death.
Just hold on, Doctor. Just hold on. My lady, if I can just with the leave of the court, just to have clarity and clean record. If the doctor can assist the court, for example, like Arieng, you are saying there was no death. Do you have records how many patients were transferred there?
Arieng? Okay. Yes, my lady. I can also mention how many patients were transferred.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes.
At Arieng, there were a total of 3 patients from Life Esidimeni. It's an old NGO.
Can you do the same at Anan?
At Anani, we transferred the total of 25 patients, and it was a new NGO.
And
at Anchor, we transferred the total of 49 patients, and there were 3 deaths.
Thank you. You can proceed from Arieng down. Sorry, I interposed you there.
The other NGO I mentioned in COJ was Bokang. We transferred 23 patients, and there were no deaths there.
Was this also in, just a second, Arieng and Bokang, were they old NGOs?
Bokang was a new one. Arieng was old.
Okay, let's proceed.
There was Bopilong, I mentioned in Mamelodi, is an old NGO. We have transferred total of 6 patients, and there was 1 death. There was also Bopilong in Mashimong Hammanskraal. We transferred 40 patients, and there was 1 death.
Yes.
There was Dolphin Acre.
Dolphin?
Dolphin Acre.
Okay.
ACRE. We transferred 3 patients, and there was no death.
Was it an old NGO?
Yes, it was old NGO.
And Bopilong Hammanskraal, was it old or new?
Was a new NGO. Okay. Mamelodi was old NGO. Mamelodi, Bopilong Mamelodi was old.
Okay. You may proceed. You're at Dolphin Acre.
And there was NGO called El Shaddai. It was a new NGO. There was no death.
How many were transferred?
We transferred 19.
19.
Yes, 19, my lady.
This, just to interject, Bupilong, this Bupilong, Mamelodi and Bupilong, Mashimung Amaskral. Which one was Bupilong Surman? There was a name that featured as Bupilong Surman.
Thank you,
Which
my
one?
lady. It was Bupilong Mashimung or Hamaskral. It's Surman.
So it's Bupilong Surman.
Oh.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, doctor, you have just passed El Shaddai.
We also had NGO in West Rand called Huitzimudimu.
Huitzimudimu.
Only God knows.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
I'm not sure if it was a new, but there were 16 patients who were transferred there, and there was no death by the time I was leaving the department.
16.
The other one was Hepzibah, which received, it was old NGO.
Which one is that? Come again?
Hepzibah.
I can't hear her.
Hepzibah, the one I was struggling.
Hepzibah.
Yes. Or Hepzibah.
Okay.
We transferred one patient from Life Esidimeni.
How many?
And one.
Oh, okay.
It was an old NGO. And also there was no death from the Life Esidimeni team.
Okay.
Or from the Life Esidimeni patients.
Oh.
Okay. Then the other one was Kanana. It was in West Rand, where we transferred 10 patients there from Life Esidimeni, and none of them passed on.
Was it a new NGO?
No, it was not a new NGO.
Okay.
We had the other one called Lapeng, which was also not a new NGO, but we transferred 13 mental health care users, and there were no one from Life Esidimeni. And sorry, my apology, my lady, is Lapeng is at West Rand. So 13 patients were transferred there, and at the time there were no one who passed on. Then we had Mosero Home, which had a total of 76 patients, and there were 5 deaths.
5.
And was it an old NGO, Museko?
Museko was an old NGO.
Yes.
We had an NGO called Udirile. I think it's in Tshwane. I'm not quite sure, I've forgotten. But we transferred 42 patients there. It was an old NGO, I think. And there was no death.
Please don't forget to mention, after mentioning the number of those that have been transferred, just indicate to us, because the evidence on record is that some patients were moved from CCRC also to other NGOs.
Thank you, Marit.
So when you give us those numbers, please indicate these were transfers directly from Life Esidimeni, or these were transfers from CCRC to those NGOs. Thank you.
Thank you, Marit. You were at Udirile, doctor?
Thank you. Udirile, we had We had 57 patients, and there was no death at that time.
57 from when now?
From Life Esidimeni, the report that I'm looking at.
Okay, now where are we? Because you have just told us about Udirile. And then you spoke about 42 patients which were transferred. You said 42.
I think I missed it. My apology. Is 44 plus 13, my lady.
So it's 57.
It's 57.
Okay.
And then
these were patients from Life Esidimeni.
Life Esidimeni.
And you said there was no death.
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
And then we had Precious Angels, the NGO in Tshwane, where the total was 42 patients. That's what I mixed. And we had, unfortunately,
were they transferred directly from Life Esidimeni?
By that time, as this report was written.
Can you please concentrate? Yes, were these patients transferred directly from Life Esidimeni?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Out of the 42, what happened? How many died?
17 patients died.
Yes, this was a new NGO.
Yes, it was a new NGO.
Yes,
we had Ribafeni, a new NGO. We transferred 81 patients and we had 2 deaths.
81?
Yes, my lady, 81.
Directly from Life Esidimeni?
From Life Esidimeni, my lady. We also had St. Michel, the NGO in Ekurhuleni. It's an old NGO. We transferred 12 patients. There was no death.
And this St. Michel, was it a new or old NGO, doctor?
It was an old NGO.
And the patients were all from Life Esidimeni?
The 12 of them were all from Life Esidimeni. The rest who were there, but I'm reporting only the ones from Life Esidimeni.
Okay.
During the termination.
And doctor, before you move from St. Michel, can I just ask you to position the laptop where you can be in the middle? You are.
I didn't want to complicate it. Let's just continue.
Well, thank you, my lady. It's okay. If the code is said, it's fine. Let's move on, doctor.
Okay.
As long as we are capturing the information.
It might be a problem when cross-examination starts, but in any event, that's fine.
Thank you, madam.
But I'm not saying you should move back, doctor. You were in the middle. You can just remain there.
Yeah. Okay, let's proceed, doctor.
After St. Michel, we had an NGO called Sebo Sarona.
Sebo Sarona.
Sebo Sarona, okay.
We transferred 34 patients and we didn't have death. Oh, my apology, there was 1 death.
Were these patients all from Life Esidimeni?
All from Life Esidimeni.
And Sebo Sarona was new or old?
I'm no longer sure, but it appears it was Sebo Sarona in Amanskral. If it's the one in Amanskral was old.
Okay.
We had 2 in Amanskral, my lady. The new one, Bupilong, Mamelodi, and then we had the old one, Sebo Sarona.
Okay. Let's proceed.
So Sebo Sarona and
Siabata.
Just a second, I'm getting confused. You said you had 2 in Mamelodi, in Hammanskraal. So it was Bupilong Surman and Sebo Sarona. Am I correct?
Yes, in Hammanskraal.
Okay.
Because you said Bupilong Mamelodi. Yes, okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Continue after Sibosa Rona.
We have Shama. After Sibosa Rona is Shama. We transferred 50 mental health care users.
50.
At that time, there was 50, my lady. At that time, there was one death. There was another
Shama,
NGO in COJ.
Was it new?
Shama was new, but they was new and old, because when it was old, we didn't know about it, but it had almost patients there.
Okay, continue. Thank you. Let's move on.
Doctor, let's move on. Are you frozen?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I don't see you, advocate, but I can see my lady.
My lady, can you see me?
I thought she was frozen at the time.
As well, I thought as much. Can the court see me?
Yes, but now you, yeah.
Oh, okay. I can see her as well. Okay, doctor, let's go from Shama. Let's go down.
But the problem is that she can't see you. Can you see your counsel?
I can't see him, my lady.
Where is your
If
IT
I
guy
see
then?
him, I can't see my lady.
Can somebody...
Makani is going there, my lady, to intervene.
They can just exit the meeting and return.
Yes, just try to exit, doctor. The IT will be joining you and the advocate Makani quickly now.
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, perhaps if we can just deal with another issue while we're waiting for the witness picture to be corrected. The witness is clearly reading from her own notes, and there's a rule as old as time that a witness cannot bring her own notes into the witness box unless she's prepared to disclose them to every other lawyer who's present. Although evidence is not a memory test, you cannot come in with a script. That's the problem. I don't object to her evidence. I have no issue with it, but it is something.
I can't hear you properly.
I don't object to the evidence necessarily, but it will become perhaps something that's controversial later, which is where did she receive this information from? How did she collate it? How did it end up being handwritten in these notes? And does everybody else have the entitlement to see these notes that the witness is in the witness box with, so to speak? So I was just going to bring that to the court's attention. If it goes no further than a list of figures, then if she can just confirm that for us. But the rest of her evidence she cannot have her memory jogged by her own notes, so to speak. I'm not sure.
Because what I pick up, all these NGOs, they are not in the what was sent to all of us.
Yes,
I went through that. Yes. Can the witness excuse us just for a while?
So, my lady, it becomes an issue later on because let's say, for example, this witness has simply sat down and she's drawn a table. And she said, to the best of my recollection, I sent so many witnesses. I sent so many patients to the following NGO. And of those people, 12 passed away. And it goes no further than that. Of course, people might want to know, how does she remember that? That's an incredible memory. Where did she draw that information from? But if we don't deal with it now, in an hour's time or 2 hours' time, somebody's going to say, but how much of her evidence today, how many of her answers came from a set of notes that were before her that no one else has seen? That's the problem. That's why my submission is it needs to be dealt with now, and there needs to be some clarity on the extent of these notes that she has and whether or not it is something that's going to cause us some trouble later on, as it pleases your ladyship.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Mr. Sibara, can I hear anybody else? So that when he responds, he can respond to all the concerns. Mr. Hodes?
Thank you, my lady. I'm in respectful agreement, but I have a different slant to it. In essence, my lady, the witness is refreshing her memory And those notes ought to have been uploaded so that we'd all have access to them. That's the only point that I want to make, because as was pointed out, we are entitled to see the notes that she's referring to. And I thought the purpose of posting the statement and the synopsis of what she was going to say would be that we'd have those documents in advance. So I'm in respectful agreement that they ought to have been uploaded. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. I just, I don't want to repeat what my learned friends have already said. I just want to say the following. These statistics that the witness is now referring to are not in the notes.
Yes, correct.
And the second thing, pardon me, the second thing is that it's not consistent with the evidence that we have on record. If no one else still does, I certainly will point out the correct numbers in relation to each of the NGOs.
Thank you. Mr. Sibara, is it okay? Let's hear you.
Thank you. The court will note that all the time when the witness testifies, she says, before I resigned, this is the report I got.
We hear that, yes.
Thank you. And the witness had pieces of pamphlets which would be very difficult to upload. I don't even know how can upload them, my lady. They are very minute pieces of pamphlet. Some are not even clear. And my lady, she's only going to deal with the numbers of patients who died at the NGOs. And if these people are not on case lines and colleagues are prepared to correct here and there, they are prepared, they're free to do that. She's not going to dispute that. She is just using this document to refresh her memory of something which happened in 2016. I mean, honestly speaking, my lady, even in criminal proceedings, witnesses are allowed to just look at a document. If the court will note what we did not put a detailed list of patients like she's doing now. Because the document...
That is why Ms. Hasim is saying, as I alluded previously, yes, that the information that she's now giving is not in the document that was
compiled. That's correct. But if the court will look at the document we compiled, the document talks about death at NGOs. We just put it as an item so that when she testifies, we know the logic we are following. And she's just going to tabulate NGO, old, new, number, that's it. She's not going to go further than that.
Mr. Martin? Then Mr. Lawrence and then Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, it doesn't cure the problem. The problem, what is she looking at? How is she recollecting? Or how is she refreshing her memory? And what is the extent of the information that she has written down in front of her? It creates a very real risk of her evidence losing all value and weight at a later stage. So it's to be dealt with. If the witness doesn't want to upload the information or the document, she cannot read from it. But the problem is she now has done so extensively, and I'm not sure that there's any turning back at this stage. I think we're entitled to see what...
Yes, the evidence is already on record.
As it pleases.
Can we leave this and then you deal with that during cross-examination, because this evidence is already on record? Just a second, okay. Mr. The question is directed to Mr. Martin. You have raised the issue, and I see Mr. Pinar sent. I'm just saying, because where we are now, the evidence is there. How do we, yes.
To the extent that, so for example, Ms. Hasim wants to argue later on that her statistics are incorrect, she's welcome to deal with that during cross-examination. I have no issue with that. My concern is going forward, how many more of her answers are coming from a written script?
Correct, yes.
That's
because you are going further to say, are we sure that the evidence that she is giving the court, the accuracy of it and its source, you're concerned about that? Yes.
If she has answers written in front of her, we need to be able to see them.
Yes, correct.
That's the upshot.
Thank you. Before I come to Mr. Pinar, I just want to find out if Ms. Hasim and Mr. Hodes wants to say something in relation to the response from Mr. Sibara.
My lady, I agree with Mr. Morton. The figures ought to have been given in advance so that we prepare on it as we did on the statement that was provided. Now we're hearing something new for the first time as to the date when she actually left. So it is a problem. And I think
you see, did you hear what Mr. Sibara said in relation to that? He says, I don't know. He said there are a problem with the pieces of papers.
No, but that's an artificial argument because that should have been put into a statement. There's been a table in a statement saying, at the time that I left, these were the official figures. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. He seems to be in agreement, but that's the point that I'm making, my lady. Thank you.
Okay. Miss Hasim, come again.
There's another hand. I don't see who.
Yes, it must be Mr. Pinar at the end, I think. Miss Hasim.
My lady, I'm in agreement with Mr. Martin, and I think there's not, while we can't do much about what's already been placed on record, going forward, we can't have the same thing without getting the actual notes.
But the main problem which you are not addressing, I think even Mr. Hodes, I can understand that there is a problem here. But what is not being addressed is the source, because what Mr. Martinez indicated is that we are not sure, given what is happening now, as to this evidence that she's busy providing, whether whatever answers that she's giving to the court or this information that she's giving, whether something is not written for her, because we don't know where she gets this, right? And that's what I want Mr. Sibara to deal with. Can I take the hand of Mr. Pina? Miss Marriott, if you want to say something, please alert me. Yes, I see your hand is still up, Miss Hasim. Continue, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady. I would respectfully submit that the objections raised by my learned friends, Mr. Martin, Mr. Hodes, as well as Ms. Hasim, are founded, my lady. And unfortunately, it's not an acceptable practice to say, but the evidence is now deducted from numerous pieces of papers on which notes had been made, my lady. My submission would be, it would then be proper, because it must be kept in mind the notes that the parties were presented with prior to us continuing today has not been identified nor presented to this honourable court as an exhibit. My lady. So therefore I would venture to suggest with respect that in order to alleviate the situation that has now developed, opportunity should be granted to our learned friend Mr. Sibara to prepare a statement containing the information contained in the scraps or pieces of paper reference has been made to, which can then be identified as an exhibit in terms of these proceedings. But to
so that
continue
no
in any
party
other
should
fashion,
be...
my lady, sorry.
Come again?
I say to continue in a fashion as we have until now will not alleviate the problem nor the difficulties my learned friends have alluded to, and because they are founded and valid, my lady.
This should also include this document that has already been uploaded, isn't it? Because it has not been identified. We are told that these are just notes that she prepared, just to alleviate the problem.
Yes, my lady. I would further suggest the statement can incorporate these notes.
Correct.
As if then it's one exhibit that has to be handed in, containing different sections, if I can put it in that manner.
Yes, I hear you. Then
that would alleviate the problem, my lady.
Yes, but then
pleases, my lady.
With regards to her refreshing her memory, because now we don't know what is happening. She's seated there. She has got documents in front of her. The concern that was raised by Mr. Martin.
My lady, but that's why my submission is the complaint, the objection is founded and valid. But at least in the statement that's made now, where reference is made to notes, they can be identified, and at the same time, the witness can explain. And the witness is then entitled, having regard to her statement which contains these notes.
Correct, yes.
To refresh her memory, if needs be, my lady. But then it's a document that's been circulated to all the parties involved, and they can deal with that, my lady.
Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Lady.
Miss Marriott,
just
before I want, do you want to say something?
My lady, when I witnessed the witness testifying, I didn't see her going for documentation. It seems that it is on a computer screen. So I'm sure these documents are available to be scanned and inserted into case lines as an exhibit, which is refreshing a memory from.
How about the idea of just preparing a statement that includes everything, like and the previous document that has not yet been identified?
Malaria, it's my respectful submission that the document she's referring to can be handed in as annexures to the main statement. It's not necessary to draft a new statement because the information is...
Are we talking about those notes, the document that was uploaded and referred to as her notes that she has prepared together with what she's talking about now, the statistics?
So it can be handed in simultaneously, my lady. It has not been done.
If they can be attached as annexures to the main statement.
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
It will be a shorter route to follow.
Yes. Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, my lady. We understand. We got the consents from our colleagues, my lady.
But then the best way to do it is therefore, it's now 2:45.
Yes.
To stop the proceedings, give you time to do that, so that tomorrow when we resume, everything is there.
It's done. That's correct, my lady.
Yes.
What I'm going to do, my lady. I don't remember where I've seen it on case lines, where there's a list of NGOs and patients who died. I don't want to repeat. Maybe
there's no need for you to do that. That is only uploaded as annexures to the witness's main statement.
That is correct.
If I remember well, I'm not sure, but if I remember, there is a statement which she regards as a warning statement that was taken from her. That is her main statement.
My apology, my lady. Perhaps maybe it was our strategy. We're intending to do the exhibits when we finish up with our evidence, that we will mark a statement as a warning statement, attach these other documents to that warning statement. However, we have hit the call from the court.
The documents have to be circulated to your colleagues so that we should clear this confusion that arose today.
We are going to do a sort of a spreadsheet, my lady, and populate this information.
Okay, tomorrow I hope that everything will be ready. Tomorrow we proceed.
It will be ready, my lady. It will be ready. Yeah, it will be ready.
All right. Where is the witness? On that note, the
witness. Unfortunately, Advocate Makani had to run the whole passage, my lady, to call the witness all the time.
But where is the IT guy? I thought he was there with the witness.
He's assisting everyone in this building, my lady. So it's hard to find him. And Mr. Makani is a messenger and my assistant as well. Yeah, it's virtual, my lady. What can we do?
Mr. Makani? But when I asked the witness to step aside, I never thought she was going to do this because it appears she's no longer there here.
My lady, I've just admitted her.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
No,
But
fact,
when we ask her to step aside, it doesn't mean that she has to exit the meeting, isn't it?
Unfortunately, she's alone. We advise her to leave the meeting completely because we don't want her to hear the engagements. They just one main hall.
Dr. Manamela? In relation to the confusion that arose regarding the statistics that you are now introducing to court and the fact that the other parties do not have those statistics, the court rules that we adjourn the proceedings now and then we resume tomorrow morning to afford you and your legal representatives to sort out this problem by uploading the two documents that is properly so that they can all be used by everybody. So on that note, the proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow morning. You are warned, as I've been warning you, that you are not going to discuss this matter with anybody, including your representatives, until you come back to court. Remember, we cannot be there next to you to see what is happening. But in case you do something, obviously, that and if that is seen or is discovered, you will encounter problems. So the oath that you have taken continues. The proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow is the 18th.
That's correct,
of October 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
That's a good place, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
As a court, please.
As a cop, please.